Polanco fans were all smiles last night as their team defeated the New York Mets in extra innings, the 6th straight extra inning victory for the Pirates. The Pirates have won 4 straight against the New York Mets in the season series. Take a look at the standings now in the National League Central Division. The Pirates keep pace with the Cardinals, who also won last night. The Pirates remain 6 back. The Cubs were winners yesterday. They're just a game and a half back of the Pittsburgh Pirates. Greg Brown along with John Wehner for the middle game of this 3-game series. A couple of 7-game winners on the hill, Jonathan Nice and Charlie Morton. Let's talk starting pitching, John. We take a look at our Barrel Automotive League leaders in terms of starting pitching in the National League, where these two clubs rank.
No surprise these two teams have the best records, or among the best in the National League record-wise, because of the great pitching. The Mets, very young staff but very talented, 3rd in the National League with a 3.26 ERA. The Pirates have fallen back a little since the All-Star break. They had such a great first half. You kind of understand a little bit of a correction, but yeah, these two teams aren't giving up a lot of runs, and so you expect another close one here tonight.
Again, it's the right-hander Charlie Morton, the left-hander Jonathan Nice. Both have won 7. Nice won his last time out. Charlie Morton his last time, and no decision against the Dodgers.
Yeah, Charlie Morton really hasn't been real sharp, with the exception of the start a couple of starts ago in Cincinnati where he was outstanding. But the command kind of comes and goes. He struggled on the road, although it wouldn't be as high if it wasn't for the 9 runs he allowed in D.C. in 2/3 of an inning. Nice, he's been great his last 3 times out.
Well, the Pirates have been great in extra innings recently. As we said, they've won 6 straight. In extra sessions, they had 9 hits overall in the 3-2 10-inning victory, but they came up big when they needed to in the Big Apple. And we'll talk hitting, in particular Neil Walker and Gregory Polanco, when we continue from New York. Series. Pirates winning last night by a 3-2 score in 10. Charlie Morton takes the hill tonight for the Pirates, looking for his 8th win. Neil Walker been a big part of this surging offense, especially since the All-Star break. And great to see him just driving the ball.
Yeah, Neil Walker, it takes pride in hitting the ball at the ballpark, driving in runs. He's got that extra base swing going right now. He could have probably had a couple more homers. He's hit a couple balls off the walls, a couple of triples, a couple of homers, and a double. His last 6 games, he's feeling good. He's creating backspin, and when he creates backspin, he's liable to do what he did last night, pop one with one swing of the bat.
39 extra base hits, the most by any second baseman in the National League. And in terms of Gregory Polanco, look what he has done since the All-Star break.
Yeah, it seems like the average should almost be 100 points higher the way he's been swinging it. He's been getting on base. He's been driving the ball, the extra base hits, RBIs from that leadoff position. And obviously, if he gets on base, he's going to score a bunch of runs with McCutchen hitting 2 spots behind him.
Neil Walker, Gregory Polanco, Jung Ho Kang lead the Pirate offense against Jonathan Neese and the New York Mets. We'll go back to Pittsburgh, the studios, and Dan Potash for a game break.
On Root Sports is brought to you by Toyota. Toyota helps you get the most out of your drive. Just ask a friend who drives one. Toyota, let's go places. And by Barrel Automotive, we're driven to be better. Let's go Bucks.
Jonathan Neese leads the New York Mets onto the field here for Game 2 of the 3-game series. The Mets had just swept a 4-game series over the Colorado Rockies when the Pirates came to town. They still lead the National League East by 4.5 games over the Washington Nationals. The Nats are taking on the Giants tonight in San Francisco. And of course, we'll be watching the game involving the St. Louis Cardinals and the Miami Marlins in St. Louis. Take a look at the starting lineup for the Pirates, brought to you by Toyota. Gregory Polanco, Jung Ho Kang, and Andrew McCutchen, 1, 2, 3. And Ramos Ramirez, it's cleanup. Then Francisco Cervelli back behind the dish. Michael Morse plays first base. Neil Walker hitting .321 his last 7 games. Sean Rodriguez in left. Starling Marte still bothered by the bruised hand, and Charlie Morton on the hill. Gregory Polanco looks like he's just as comfortable these days, John, against lefties as he is righties.
Yeah, he's just locked in, and you could just tell it, even watching him in batting practice, how well he's driving the ball. And he's up against the lefty Jonathan Neese tonight. .346 ERA, 7-9 is the record. And not a whole lot of strikeouts, not a whole lot of walks either. Facing a bunch of right-handed batters is Neese after Polanco, and let's see if the Bucks can get on him early.
The Honda defense behind Jonathan Neese, the rookie in left, Michael Conforto in center field, Yoenis Cespedes moving from left to center, Curtis Granderson in right, Juan Uribe, Ruben Tejada on the left side, Kelly Johnson, and David Murphy is on the right, and Chase Darno, I can't help it, Travis Darno, his brother. Remember Chase, the former Pirate? But it is Travis, his brother, who's behind the plate. He's spent some time on the disabled list this season. Daniel Murphy at first base. Kelly Johnson on the right side. And Travis Darno catches Jonathan Neese. 7-9 on the year. 8th career start against Pittsburgh. 2nd this season. And right away, one pitch, and he rips it into right. Kelly Johnson just got a piece of it. 9-game hitting streak for Polanco.
And we've been talking about this a lot too, just being aggressive early in the count. In his young career, people were saying, oh, why isn't he more aggressive early? He's taking a lot of pitches, almost always took till he got a strike. Now he's up there looking for a pitch he can drive, and he's hitting the ball extremely hard. Look, that ball's not far to the left of Kelly Johnson, but it was hit so hard he couldn't do anything about it.
He's hitting .429 when he swings at the first pitch and puts it in play. The strike is called on Jung Ho Gong. Gong hitting .290 with 9 homers, 40 RBIs. 3rd time this season he's hit from this 2 spot of the order. Was 1 for 5 last night. A couple of strikes on Gong. Four out of 17 against Mets pitching in the season series. Pirates swept a 3-game series at PNC Park in May. And called out on strikes. 3 pitches. Bob Davidson, home plate umpire. Young can't believe it.
If I'm not mistaken, I think Jung Ho last night.
Same thing.
Was
3 pitches.
Struck out on 3 pitches without swinging. The first one a bit off the plate. The second one was in the zone, as was the third one, although it wasn't caught very well by Travis Darno. But Bob Davidson.
Veteran umpire. First base David Rackley. At second, Jeff Kellogg. He's the crew chief. And third is Marvin Hudson. Andrew McCutchen, career .467 hitter versus Jonathan Neese. Last night 0 for 2, but walked 3 times. And they pick off Polanco. .136 on the caught stealing.
Gregory just hoping to guess right. He definitely didn't try to read the move from the lefty Neese. Just went on first movement. Good job there by the first baseman. Daniel Murphy coming way inside, running in, gives himself a good throwing lane as Polanco tries to run inside to get in the way of that throw.
Leadoff hit, strikeout looking, and a caught stealing. Two and one on McCutchen with 18 home runs, 77 runs batted in. He's 3rd in the National League in the RBI department. Nolan Arenado of the Rockies and Paul Goldschmidt of the Diamondbacks with 84 RBIs to lead the senior circuit. 3 and 1. He's 5th in walks. which helps with that on-base percentage, 5th in the National League in on-base percentage. Now 3-2. And he's on. Nice thought he had him. McCutchen gets the call.
Terry Collins, manager for the Mets, shaking his head. He too thought it was a strike. W.B. Mason strike zone says right on the inside corner at the knees. Andrew catches a break.
Well, Terry Collins doing an unbelievable job with the Mets this season. This ball hit well to left field. Ramirez jumped on it, and a Lama ding dong. Aramis Ramirez, his 12th of the year and his first since coming back to the Buccos, gives the Pirates a 2-0 lead in the first.
Boy, you sit there and you think that ball forward to McCutchen, well, what's the big deal? Who cares? Well, Jonathan Nice cares, that's for sure, as Aramis Ramirez gets a fastball down and out over the plate, and he crushes it.
Aramis Ramirez gives the Pirates a 2-0 lead in the first. He's driving in runs too. 7 of his last 9 games. And his RBIs. Francisco Cervelli takes a strike. Ramirez had an RBI, big one last night, a sacrifice fly. Gave the Pirates an important insurance run. This is the 15th homer allowed by Nice this year. And I wonder, John, as soon as that ball leaves the ballpark, does he think back to Bob Davidson not giving him that call?
Yeah, I'm sure he does.
Tejada throws out Cervelli. Well, that is taking advantage of a fortuitous call the Pirates got from the veteran umpire, because McCutchen was aboard when Aramis Ramirez went deep. Moments after Jonathan Nice thought he had struck out Andrew McCutchen on this pitch. 3-2 offering, and you can see it is a strike. Bob Davidson calls it ball 4. And as he walked off the mound, that's not a ball, he says to Bob Davidson.
That has to be pretty frustrating.
Obviously, one pitch later, a 2-run deficit for Nice.
Well, Charlie Morton has the early lead. His numbers on the year:
7-4, 4.48 the ERA, 54 punch outs, 27 walks for Charlie.
Brought to you by Hyundai. Morton making his 8th career appearance and 7th start against the Mets, his first this season, and looking for his first victory against New York. One and one on Granderson. Curtis Granderson, 1 for 4, drove in a run last night. Offered at that pitch. Good to start out with a strikeout. So Curtis Granderson leads off and strikes out. He's one of 4 left-handed hitters of the 8 position players in the lineup for Terry Collins. And we take a look at the rest of the starting 9 for Terry Collins. René Céspedes to the plate, then Daniel Murphy, .362 average this month. Juan Uribe will follow. Kelly Johnson, Travis d'Arnaud, Michael Conforto, Ruben Tejada, and Jonathan Nice. Here is Céspedes. Had a game-tying home run last night in the 6th inning, leading off against Jay Happ. His 2nd since joining the Mets, and 20th overall.
Charlie Morton with that sharp breaking ball early. Nice to see him get off to a good start.
Pirate fans hoping to see the Pirates make it 2 straight in this series. Line drive past Walker.
Thought for a moment that Neil Walker was positioned perfectly for this line drive. When you see the pitcher duck, you figure it's a base hit for sure, but Neil Walker was playing him on the shortstop side of second base. But the ball was hit too hard. By the time Neil reacted, dove for it, the ball was already in center field.
Daniel Murphy has a 10-game hitting streak. A couple of hits last night. He's hit in 15 straight games against the Pirates. Murphy hit 5th and played second base, starting against the lefty Jay Happ last night. Former 13th round pick of the Mets in 2006 out of Jacksonville, Florida. Rivers Casino tips to win coming up on a 1-2 count now on Murphy.
Well, first of all, for Charlie Morton, sharp from the start. You'd like to see him get into that rhythm. When he's working fast, throwing that sinker for strikes, finishing guys with the curveball, you know he's good. And that's supposed to be a Ramos Ramirez going with the cannonball, but we're going to go with Gung going deep. 7 of his 9 homers on the road, looking for number 10 tonight.
And a strikeout. 2 down in the first. And that was Gonnenball coming.
I was afraid to say it. There's that good curveball from Charlie Morton. Opposition coming into the night hitting just 125 against that Nasty Morton curveball.
He faces Juan Uribe, playing in his 18th game since being traded from Atlanta. Started the year with the Dodgers. This subject came up in Clint Hurdle's office today about Morton trying to do a better job and needing to do a better job of keeping those runners close, giving the catchers an opportunity. Last time out, Cervelli had no chance against the Dodgers on Sunday. They were 4 for 4 in steals against Charlie Morton. And foul. Charlie Morton used that curveball a lot more.
I'd say he is. Look, over 30% here in this month of August. The season low by month, June 17.3%. And with 2 strikes, that's what Charlie's going to finish the at-bat. Going for that chase, the swing and miss pitch.
There goes the runner, the breaking ball, and again no chance, and into center field. And Cespedes winds up at third. It's going to be a stolen base and an error on the catcher. Cespedes with his 5th steal this season. He's been caught 4 times.
Big jump from Cespedes. Cervelli just trying to get rid of it quickly from down on his knees. Looks like it got a piece of his left arm or shoulder. And so easily able to advance to third.
Toward left field, and Rodriguez is over to make the catch. Sean Rodriguez catches the line drive by Juan Uribe. 2-0 after 1. Wish guest Cameron Pittman arrives at PNC Park, spends the day with All-Star Andrew McCutchen. From the helicopter to the kitchen to the clubhouse and into the dugout. Go behind the scenes for this Wish Upon a Star, an Inside Pirates Baseball presented by Allegheny Health Network. That's tonight after postgame on Root Sports, and we saw a sneak preview of that earlier today thanks to Jack Becker. Send us along that feature, and you will want to tune into that tonight. Andrew McCutchen is just so special with those kids. Michael Morse fouling this pitch off. Pinch hit walk last night. 3 for 10 since being traded from the Dodgers. Just a 182 career average versus Jonathan Neese. 2 balls and a strike on Morse. And it's Neil Walker and Sean Rodriguez. Charlie Morton in the dugout. 3-1.
And he's, for the most part, early on was the first inning was down in the zone, now up. Fastball, cutter, slider, curveball, changeup.
And a leadoff walk. Second free pass. In the 7 previous games against the Pirates for Nice, 3-2, 4.81 lifetime ERA in 39 innings, 17 walks. And he's walked 2 already. Maybe one not all of his doing. Dan Worthen, the pitching coach, looks on.
Nice actually pitches better on the road than he does at home, which is rare. ERA almost a run and a half higher here at Citi Field. And you see the numbers against the Pirates. 10 of his 15 home runs allowed at home as well.
He's one guy that didn't want them to move the fences in again.
Yeah.
15 home runs allowed overall this season for Nice. Native of Defiance, Ohio. Went to Defiance High School south of Toledo. There you see the splits. And he strikes out Walker looking.
Looked like the cutter, a little backdoor cutter to Neil. Out of his hand, looks like it's going to be away, and then you see the late movement, but still not catching the strike zone. Neil had a beef.
Rodriguez won at bat last night. Has been coming on defensively. First base most nights when the Pirates have the lead late, but with Marte out, been playing left field later in ball games.
You could tell he was about ready to dive for that ball. He ended up catching up to it before he had to. The ball was coming back towards him a bit. A little hook to it.
Two and two on Sean Rodriguez. And Charlie Morton to follow. 2-run first inning homer by Ramos Ramirez has the Pirates with the early lead. Still 2-2. Getting the start in left field. The last 2 nights, the lineups have been posted very late. They continue to work through this bruised hand of Starling Marte. 3-2, close pitch. Marte taking batting practice, but Pirates not convinced he's ready to go just yet. Rodriguez goes down on strikes.
Fooled by the late run on this. The cutter once again starts off in the strike zone, runs down and in.
Charlie Morton with a fly ball to right field, sending Granderson back, and Granderson had to use all of his speed to catch up to that one. Charlie Morton put a charge into it.
Citi Field. Pirates lead 2-0. I'm Robbie and Smikowski. Curtis Granderson just made that great catch on Charlie Morton to end the last half inning. He's in his 12th season in the big leagues and long been known as one of the good guys in the game of baseball. And he's also a big believer in giving back where he came from, and he's done just that big time. This is at his university, this photo, the University of Illinois at Chicago, where the Flames play at a $10 million stadium that just opened last season. That stadium is named, right there, Curtis Granderson Stadium. Curtis donated $5 million out of his own pocket, which is reported to be the largest gift ever from an athlete back to his alma mater. Now, his motivation was simple: the community impact. The stadium hosts Little League games, camps, and clinics in addition to the university playing their home games there. His goal is to host over 20,000 kids per year, Greg, at the ballpark to aid their physical and mental development through the game of baseball. And honestly, the social aspect, too, concerned him. Hey, we want all kids from all backgrounds to come here and play the game of baseball together. And how about that? Funded half the cost of the stadium for the University of Illinois at Chicago.
I think it's a great story, Rob. We kind of mentioned it when the Mets were in town in May about what a great guy he is, Curtis Granderson, and that kind of helps solidify his standing in that community and among Mets fans and baseball fans, peers. This catch on the bat of Charlie Morton.
And what a perfect angle. I mean, he was playing Charlie so shallow and able to catch that ball. That ball would hit the warning track. And he was playing way in.
The Grandy section. 34-year-old Curtis Granderson. Now leadoff walk to Kelly Johnson. Take a look at the Allegheny Health Network Supermo, the catch by Curtis Granderson and the ball that Charlie Morton just hit. Well, he had to squeeze it too, didn't he? The ball was ready to come back out.
And that's why you see right away he flipped that glove to palm up, make sure it wasn't going to slip out of there. You never see too much enthusiasm, just kind of even keeled. No matter what he does at the plate, you wouldn't know if he had a home run or struck out. Just very humble, goes about it, plays hard, no flash.
Want to know on Travis d'Arnaud. d'Arnaud, who has been trying to come back from an injured left elbow strain, has landed on the DL twice because of that injury. Initially hurt in a collision with A.J. Pierzynski of the Braves, and came back, and maybe came back too quickly. Paying attention to Kelly Johnson, who has 1 steal in 2 attempts, but with Morton on the hill, they will try and take advantage. Right to second. There's 1. There's 2. Of course, Morton always has that in his back pocket.
Yeah, you think of that immediately when he gets a base runner on. You think about that ground ball at somebody. And that good sinker, hard to get the ball off the ground when Charlie Morton's up there. An easy flip from Walker to Jung Ho. Jung Ho had all day to get it to Michael Morse. Your Chick-fil-A double play.
4-6-3. Walker to Gong to Morse. And Michael Conforto playing in his 16th game. And right, Walker for the final out. A walk, a DP, and a bouncer to second. For Charlie Morton, 2-0 Pirates.
Republic. First language is Spanish. Nick Leyva on the right, not a very tall, 5'10", who speaks fluent Spanish. And when the two started working together, Leyva nicknamed Polanco Chicadico, which is Spanish for little guy. And that's Leyva before the game, standing up 2 steps to catch up to Gregory's height. And this is last night after the game. Leyva said, hey, I'm going to leap up and catch you one of these days on a high five. It's been their pregame and postgame routine after the Pirates win. And Leyva joked, Greg and John, that one day he was going to come out there with a trampoline and really catch up to Gregory. Chicadico, Spanish for little guy.
Whoa, there's a big guy hitting a big drive off the foul pole. El Cafe hits a bomb, and it is 3-0. A tremendous drive on the first pitch again here in the third.
Nothing small about that. I mean, that is a monstrous shot. And Greg, we watched it today in batting practice, talked about it. This guy was hitting absolute bombs in batting practice today, hitting them out where Pedro Alvarez typically hits them. I mean, it was eye-opening what he was doing today. Not only is he confident in batting practice in these games, just white hot.
Oh, I mean, that thing was an absolute missile that hits the foul pole. Wow. Listen to that.
Loud.
What's it? El Cabong, El Cafe. Off the foul pole and right. All smiles in that dugout. Number 7 on the year.
Hanging curveball. The extension. And a lot of times hitters will get out front and they'll hook that foul, but he stays inside it.
Jeez, Jung Ho Gong drives one to right, but this is going to stay in the yard for Granderson. Again, Polanco's drive.
Look at the people standing in the upper deck. 6, 7, 8 rows deep up there. People looking for a souvenir.
His second home run this season off a left-handed pitcher. Of course, his first big league home run last year was off a lefty down in Miami. Ball one on Andrew McCutchen. Look at the last 3 balls put in play against Jonathan Neese. Charlie Morton driving Granderson back to the track. The Polanco home run, and the ball just hit by Gong the other way.
Again, first pitch, swinging. 2 pitches Polanco has seen. 2 bullets, 1 bomb.
What a road trip he's having, too, by the way, Polanco. 8 hits and 15 at bats. Gregory Polanco, just a little over a year in the major leagues. Third baseman Uribe gets McCutchen for the second out. Ramirez, after the McCutchen walk in the first inning on a 3-2 pitch, then lined a home run over the left field wall for his 12th this season and first since rejoining the Pirates. The Point Park University tweets that are crawling across the bottom of your screen, reacting to the Aramis Ramirez home run.
If I'm not mistaken, that's just the 8th out of the cleanup spot this year for the Pirates.
Wow. My goodness. That's got to be easily you would think, the fewest in baseball. 8. 0-2.
I know they were stuck on 7 for a while.
Yeah. Braves have 9. So that is the fewest. One ball, 2 strikes. 2-2. Two balls, 2 strikes. Fly ball to Granderson for the final out. Gregory Polanco hits his 7th home run. Listen to this. Two-run homer by Ramos Ramirez. The solo blast by Gregory Polanco. Jonathan Neese returning to the dugout, shaking his head. On that breaking ball to Polanco and crushed it.
And you'd think you're just flipping up a slow breaker. First pitch of an inning, just a harmless strike is what he's expecting to get out of it. But Polanco's hitting everything they throw up there.
More Point Park University tweets, this time reacting to the Gregory Polanco home run. Ruben Tejada playing shortstop tonight. The tower at LaGuardia. Yeah, it looked like it was lifting off toward LaGuardia. Caffeine overload. And a strikeout for Charlie Morton. That's his 3rd.
Another good hook. I think one of the first times we've come here, Greg, and we talked about the dimensions and how deep everything was before they moved the fences in, and the ball didn't seem to carry. Remember who hit, I want to think, is the first Pirate home run here? I could be wrong.
No, I got to tell you, I just got some help from. Did you hear that in the truck? Adam Elmore.
That's who I'm thinking. I mean,
he says Paul Mahalam.
Yeah, that's
broken bat bouncer.
He hit one where I thought one couldn't land. Straight away in right field, just below the upper deck and above the higher part of the wall out.
This ballpark opened in 2009. Well, under the Honda sign, you mean, right?
Above the Honda sign,
yeah.
I didn't even think a ball could get there, with that overhang from the upper deck. But bomb from Paul Mahalam.
Granderson struck out in the first. Home runs for Curtis Granderson. Second time in Mets history that there have been 20 home runs out of the leadoff spot. Tommy Agee did it twice. 22 in 1969, 24 in 1970. 2-2.
Granderson didn't like it. I like the fact that Cervelli setting up inside almost every fastball to the left-handed batter.
And Granderson has hit the 2-2 pitch on the foot.
Yeah, that curveball was set up by the previous sinker that starts off the plate and catches the inside corner. And Cervelli trying to get out there to block it, but the back foot curveball.
Granderson has stolen 9 bases in 13 attempts. Cespedes, a line single to center field in the first, then stole second. Went to third on the errant throw.
Well, Charlie tried a slide step there. Now, he does have a 3-run lead, so he shouldn't have to worry too much about the running game. But he tried a slide step sinker, and he missed by a bunch.
Anderson at first with 2 outs and a 3-0 Pirates lead in the third. Pop up to center. McCutcheon. And that takes care of that. 3 innings complete. 3-0 Pirates.
is brought to you by the Chevy Traverse and your Western PA Chevy dealers. And by Day Automotive. We're going to make your day. Let's go, Bucks!
Here we are. We're at Citi Field, the old Shea Stadium, 1964 to 2008. It was 50 years ago today that the Beatles made history and performed at Shea Stadium August 15th, 1965. For all you rock and roll and Beatles fans, they stood on the stage off of second base at Shea Stadium. And one of the all-time great rock concerts, and that's really when that term came into play and became part of our lexicon, the rock concert term. And the Beatles played in front of 55,000 at Shea Stadium. You've seen footage of that, haven't you?
Yeah, pretty neat. I want to say what they closed it with Billy Joel and didn't.
Oh yeah.
And Paul McCartney showed up.
Yes,
I think he
that's
flew
right.
in just for it.
That's right. There's a line shot. And one hop. Speaking of days in history and in Pirates history, Day Automotive presents This Day in Pirates History. This day, 1970. Pirates beat the Padres 9-3. Jose Pagan drove in 5. Went 4 for 4. 2 homers. Willie Stargell. 3 hits, 3 runs scored. Bob Vio went the distance. Struck out 12 Padres this day in 1970. Here's Michael Morse. Well, we were talking on the radio side last night. I imagine Tim and Bob alluded to it about the noise throughout the game last night, but especially after the Cespedes home run, and then later in the bottom of the 10th inning, Michael Morse rolls one to third, 2 outs. And this place opened in 2009, and we cannot recall any game that sounded like that last night. I mean, this place kind of sounds like the old days of Shea.
Yeah, there's a buzz. There's an electricity here that we haven't felt or heard since this place opened. Shea got loud. Shea was pretty exciting when they had some of those good teams, but they feel it here. They obviously have some talent. They got a nice lead in the East. Expecting to have some postseason baseball played here.
Must be a quick 1-2-3 inning as Walker flies to right. So Jonathan Neese retires the side in order. The Pirates lead 3-0 going to the bottom of the 4th. Game 2 of the 4-game series. The defending World Series champions come to PNC Park, and on Friday, first 20,000 fans get one of these free T-shirts, compliments of Allegheny Health Network. The fun starts on Federal Street during the Friday night block party presented by Beryl Automotive, live entertainment, food, and stop by the Leinenkugel Bar. For tickets, go to pirates.com/free shirt Friday. Mark Melancon modeling that free T-shirt that you'll be getting on Friday. Mark Melancon and Francisco Cervelli they were both on Intentional Talk on the MLB Network yesterday afternoon, and they were both asked by Kevin Millar and Chris Rose, the hosts, about what the atmosphere is like at PNC Park. And Francisco Cervelli said, they say, come Thursday, come Friday. He says, no, it's crazy Monday, it's crazy Tuesday, it's crazy every day at PNC Park. Mark Melancon said he has never seen anything like it, that the fans are in it from the first inning to the last inning, and Cervelli concurred. And the Pirates will be back home Monday against the Arizona Diamondbacks.
And you have to wonder if those are the maybe the only games that don't get sold out. They may be sold out, but you look at the schedule the rest of the way.
Don't take chances. Get those tickets. Pirates.com.
There may be sellouts the rest of the way. The Charlie Morton two-seam fastball. Look where Cervelli is again. Almost underneath the hands, behind Murphy. Nothing you can do with that. Just tip your hat.
Uribe lined out to left field in the first. We understand there's an epic birthday going on right now. They've got the volume turned up. They're having a party around this game, the Pirate game on Root Sports, so that John and I can wish, and all the folks at Root Sports, Bill Hicks a happy 89th birthday. So there you go. I know there's all hooting and hollering going on right now. Happy birthday to Bill Hicks. An epic birthday party. 2-1 on Uribe. 2-2.
We mix in a changeup, Charlie Morton. That split change. Don't see it very often.
Strikes out Uribe. Back-to-back Ks.
And that could be a difference maker for Charlie Morton. We talked about the swing and miss curveball. It's almost unhittable. The two-seamer when he locates it. But these are the split change back-to-back pitches from Charlie Morton.
John, though, I hear that, but I hear a bunch of I hear Charlie Morton's got to keep it simple. Stay with that sinker, occasional breaking ball. But I've heard that part too.
Yeah.
Boy, he's got when he can get that split change going, well then, I guess it's up to Charlie Morton and his battery mate what they decide to do.
Exactly.
Ultimately.
And it may be a bit of a field pitch. I mean, this year he's only thrown it 8% of the time. Did throw it more his last time out, almost 15%. But, especially for lefties, because lefties have always been much more successful against Charlie Morton than righties.
Just foul. That would have been extra bases for Johnson. No third baseman.
But to me, it's a good pitch because the two-seamer, obviously it runs a lot and he gets the ground ball. The curveball you can see. It's so big that you're not fooling anybody with the curveball. Now the changeup you can fool some people with.
Well, that ball he had no chance in getting, and Cervelli throws to first, and Charlie Morton strikes out the side with authority. Murphy, Uribe, and Johnson. He's punched out 6.
Baseball on Root Sports is brought to you by Allegheny Health Network. Health for all. By Kenny Ross. Just ask a neighbor. And by Levin's, the official furniture and mattress supplier of the Pittsburgh Pirates. For the best quality, service, and value, shop Levin's. Let's go, Bucks!
It is a 3-0 Pirates lead. Go to the 5th inning now here in Flushing, New York. The Pirates look to go 5-0 against the Mets this season. Sean Rodriguez struck out against Jonathan Neese in the 2nd. Charlie Morton has, from the mound, struck out 6. And a bouncing ball fair. Uribe. Wow. That's a strong play, a strong arm. The veteran Uribe, who's one of the more underrated third basemen in baseball, at the age of 36, guns it over there to Murphy.
Yeah, I think Sean Rodriguez thought this was foul, but boy, that is one heck of a play. You're reaching out there. Look at the tough hop. He's just hoping that that thing can hit the glove, and he anticipates that hop well, puts on the brakes. For a big man, showing range, and still has that very strong throwing arm.
6 foot, 245 pounds, Juan Uribe. Outstanding play. Sean Rodriguez. And this is bounced foul.
A similar hop.
Yeah.
You know, and that's where
he misses that
you
one.
are kind of
Sean
at the
Rodriguez
mercy.
just saw that.
Yeah, exactly. You know, as a third baseman, I mean, you're going full bore to your right, a crossover and another step, and you're reaching, and you're just hoping that you put that glove in the right spot, because who knows, especially with the top spin, how that ball is going to come up. But he played it perfectly.
David Wright is rehabbing and might be returning. That will be interesting. Obviously, Wright will patrol third base as Morton goes down on strikes. We want to see your strongest fan photo. Use the hashtag #HitDataStrongFan. And you just might see yourself in an upcoming telecast here on Root Sports, brought to you by T-Mobile. Get those photos in.
No way does Polanco see a strike here, does he?
You wouldn't think.
Typically you'd throw one in there because he should be taking one.
Yeah. Wow. Oh my goodness. 3 pitches, 3 bullets.
And Neese was probably thinking, well, no way he's first pitch swinging. Now the pitcher just hit.
Pedro Florimon's going, hey, what do you want? You're supposed to take a pitch.
Oh, my word.
I mean, I guess you are supposed to, John, after the pitcher just hit, and Neese figures, well, I'll at least to get a strike, but bang.
That's pretty funny.
There's Jung Ho Kang with a ball to the wall in right field his last time up. Weekly hit, and picked by Kelly Johnson on to Murphy for the final out. Gregory Polanco is 3 for 3 and having a sensational month of August. Pirates lead 3-0. champion Giants in a 4-game series. Game 3 of that series next Saturday at 4:05. Festivities start on Federal Street. Saturday block party, live entertainment, food, and games. Plus, the first 20,000 fans get a W.B. Mason collectible truck. And don't forget, every fan's a winner on an Eden Park Scratch and Win Saturday. For tickets, go to Pirates.com. That's a 4:05 start next Saturday. And reminder, too, John was talking about you really need to get your tickets at Pirates.com for really any of the remaining games on the regular season schedule. And that includes next Sunday night, another Sunday night baseball game. Crowds have been tremendous for the first couple of nationally televised games. Expect it to be the same a week from tomorrow night at PNC Park for another Sunday night game against the Giants this time as they return. First games since the wild card contest last year. Travis d'Arnaud, 1-1 count.
That's another big series.
Yep. Giants are involved in the wild card again.
They're right there, and the Cubs, hot as anybody. They're right on the Pirates' tail.
Cubs and White Sox tied at 1, top of the 4th inning. And d'Arnaud really trying to sell getting clipped by that pitch, but Davidson doesn't buy it. 3-1. About ready to head to first. Three and 2. Shout out to the Phillipsburg Elks watching us tonight on Root Sports and enjoying this 3-0 Pirates lead.
The Elks.
The Elks in Phillipsburg. And another strikeout. That's 4 straight. 7 on the night for Morton.
And, using all the pitches. The sinker, the curveball, the changeup, and now just another two-seam fastball. Got some help on the 3-1 pitch. Look how far it was inside. Way off the plate in. d'Arnaud could have taken ball 4, fouled it off, and then Charlie. Season high 7 strikeouts.
Matches his start against the Reds. 3 starts back when he struck out 7 Reds. That was over 7 innings. Now 1-1 on Conforto, the rookie. Pops this one up. McCutchen. 2 outs. One more game to be played here before the Pirates return Monday night to take on a hot Arizona Diamondbacks team. Our Nissan Road Ahead features the Dark Knight, Matt Harvey, on the hill for New York against Pirates lefty Jeff Locke. Coverage starts at 12:30. Matt Harvey, the righty, against the lefty Jeff Locke tomorrow. Here's Ruben Tejada, one of the 7 strikeouts for Morton. And strike 1. Boy, he's been doing that a lot. Jay Happ pitched 5 really strong innings before the home run in the 6th. And then the quick hook by Clint Hurdle. Breaking ball 0-2. And Clint Hurdle told us that the other day, that maybe he kept Locke in the game too long against the Cardinals on Tuesday, and that from this point forward he was going to, with a healthy and strong deep bullpen, essentially have a short leash. All popped up. Michael Morse and Charlie Morton being very efficient and strong here through 5 solid innings, leading 3-0.
Of the Pittsburgh Pirates and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Follow the Pirates wherever you are with MLB.com at Bat, the #1 app for live baseball. At Bat is up to the moment at any moment with in-game highlights, live look-ins, replay reviews, radio broadcast, StatCast, and more. Get MLB.com at Bat for your smartphone or tablet. Andrew McCutchen leads off. Jonathan Neese has given up the 3 runs on 4 hits, 2 homers. McCutchen 6 for 13 this season against Mets pitching, and career 7 for 16 against Neese.
Seeing a couple change-ups here in this at bat, and he's pretty much been fastball cutter. He's thrown a few curveballs. Staying out of the middle of the plate.
Down on strikes.
And another changeup, just fading away from Andrew McCutchen. Down and away.
5 strikeouts for Neese. Here is Aramis Ramirez. 2-run homer in the first. Hard hit, but right at Uribe. Now Ramirez, who hit his 12th home run of the year in the first inning, to give the Pirates a 2-0 lead, and his 381st of his career. Has since flied out and bounced out. Now Francisco Cervelli, he's bounced out twice to the shortstop Tejada. Line into left field for Cervelli. Headed to second. And a double for Francisco Cervelli.
It's almost automatic. No matter who's catching for the Pirates, it's pretty much automatic. You're going to get a line drive somewhere.
There can't be a better catching tandem in baseball.
I would think not. You know, it's just consistent professional at bats. Time after time. Line drives. Foul pole to foul pole.
Number 13 in terms of doubles for Cervelli on the year. Chance for Michael Morse to give the Pirates a 4-run lead. Three for 11 with the Pirates, 216 overall. Shot from up in the scoreboard. Looking down. And he's making his 23rd start of the season. A career that has been slowed by injuries. And Morse is hit. I'll put runners at first and second.
Charlie Morton threw one off of Granderson's foot with the breaking ball. Nice returns the favor. A big bender off the front foot.
Two on for Neil Walker. And now we're going to have an early pinch runner, Starling Marte. Well, that is an indication that Marte is okay to swing the bat.
Yeah, you would think so.
So he will be going out to left field, and Sean Rodriguez will come in to play first.
Chance for Neil Walker to add on. Probably wishes he'd get that pitch back. Darno wanted it inside, left it over the plate. Down the middle above the knee.
And they're going to talk things over here. A home run by Walker last night. The only hit he's had this season against Mets pitching. He is now 1 for 15 against the New York Mets this season, and a career 191 hitter. And this is a club that he just hasn't figured out. 0-2. Whoa, that'll move them up 90 feet.
You see sometimes a breaking ball come out of the hand wrong and miss this badly, but not typically a fastball. Just airmailed it.
Pulls this one, but that'll hook into the seats.
What do you have? 3 home runs going to the drive, Neil Walker? 9 in the last month and a half.
Including the home run that gave the Pirates the early lead against Bartolo Colon last night. Month by month. Two balls, 2 strikes. Two and 2 on Walker. 2 in scoring position. Cervelli doubled. Moore's hit by the pitch. Marte pinch running. 3 and 2. Sean Rodriguez awaiting his chance.
We'll see if Neil Walker gets a strike here with first base open.
Chopper. And Darno will throw to first for the final out. 2 in scoring position. 3-0 Pirates. Flushing, New York, 3-0 Pirates lead. Going into the bottom half of inning number 6 against the Mets. Starling Marte stays in the game to play left. Sean Rodriguez moving in from left to play first. And Charlie Morton faces Juan Lagares, pinch hitting for Nice. In the 6th inning, so Nice goes 6.
Terry Collins forced to go to the bench, down 3 here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Nice threw pretty well. Figured just 5 hits allowed, but 2 bombs.
Carlos Torres will be the new pitcher. Bounce to third, hit hard, but right there, Ramos Ramirez to Rodriguez. 1 away. Charlie Morton, the breaking ball earlier.
Yeah, he's in the strike zone with all his pitches, the 2-seamer, and when he's ahead in the count, he finishes with the curveball. Watch the bottom just fall out of this, just diving down and out of the zone. The hitters, they see it, they think it's a strike. They're trying to protect, but coming up empty.
He has struck out 7 to match his season high. It's the 3rd time now through the order. He hit Granderson on the foot last time up. First time Granderson struck out.
Notice the pace when Charlie's swinging or throwing the ball well.
That's all you have to watch. Just watch how quickly he's pitching, hitting the ball and throwing. Here's what you're talking about, John.
More and more curveballs as we get deeper into this season. You know, the sinker still a good pitch, but the curveball has been unhittable. Going to that curveball with 2 strikes more than half the time. Now, there was a time there. It's all he would throw would be the sinker. He'd throw an occasional curveball.
And he gets Granderson. Season high 8 punch outs for Charlie Morton.
Once again, watch it disappear. Comes out of his hand, looks like it might be around the thigh, ends up in the dirt. Straight down. Good job by Cervelli making the pick.
At the plate now, the only man who's gotten a hit off Morton. Yoenis Cespedes singled with 1 out in the 1st.
And that was about a foot from being a line out.
Yeah. He lined it just past Neil Walker.
Cespedes, this might take a while. That's that 2-seam fastball that bores down and into a righty. He has the shin guard, but I think this one catches him in the shin above the guard. I don't think it got any part of that guard. Actually hit the top of the guard. Lessen the sting a bit, you would think.
Cervelli going out to buy him some time. Now, trainer coming out. This is all right.
Not a whole lot of trainer could do for you. But buy some time. And so now as a hitter, you sit there and think, boy, just don't throw another 2-seamer down and in. Thinking about it. You don't want to hit another one off that spot or anywhere near it.
And a ground single. 2-out base hit. He has both hits.
Well, with that split change, oddly enough. Thought maybe he'd come back in with the two-seamer and try to finish him with the curveball. And Charlie, not a bad location. It's down and off the plate.
This is an instance here where you don't want to be messing around over there. 2 outs.
You don't have to worry about this runner. You want to execute your pitches to Murphy.
And a fly ball toward right center field. McCutchen will make the catch. That is 6 shutout innings for Charlie.
Game 3-0 Buccos. We're going to go down on the farm for a minute. Neil Huntington has made a few good trades this past offseason. And when you look at this one, it seems like it's getting better each week. We're going to talk about Stephen Brault for a second here in Altoona. Look at what he's done his last 6 starts, a 5-0 record, an ERA just above 1.2. And look at the opponent average, just 180. Last week was big, too, for Brault, as he was named the Eastern League's Player of the Week. Now, he was promoted from Bradenton in mid-June. He's made 11 starts at the AA level. He has a 2.63 ERA and 64 strikeouts and given up just 1 single home run. Now, Brault was acquired along with Stephen Tarpley from Baltimore this past winter in the Travis Snyder deal. Snyder has been designated for assignment by the Orioles, and the returns are looking good here, Greg and John, by Neil Huntington on that one.
Yeah, and you certainly wished Travis Snyder all the best, but boy, the hullabaloo over the winter when that deal was made as the season was about to get underway. You know, nothing against Travis Snyder, but you'd have thought that they had just dealt McCutchen.
Well, Snyder did finish strong, and so, you know, had a couple decent months after a horrible start. But still, you know, how do you question anything Neil Huntington does? I mean, everything he does seems to work out.
And then they felt like they were going to give Gregory Polanco every opportunity. They didn't want anybody breathing down his neck.
Yep.
If anybody was going to be a backup, it was going to be Andrew Lambeau. That didn't work out, of course, because Lambeau got hurt. But look what Polanco's done. And it's just another reminder what a long season it is, too, John, because Snyder got off to a good start with the Orioles. Polanco off to a slow start. And people continue, even we, get caught up in it. It's a 162-game season.
And even as we head to the stretch, I mean, nearly 50 games remain. You know, there's so much baseball left to be played.
Morton in the whole 0-2. Drove a ball toward the track his first time up that Curtis Granderson was able to run down. And on the infield, Kelly Johnson. Speaking of Gregory Polanco, who now has a 9-game hitting streak and is 3 for 3. This is the second pitch he saw from Jonathan Neese. Way up there. Look where it hits, 3/4 the way up the foul pole.
Could it be 4 pitches, or does he actually take one now for Charlie Morton? 3 pitches, 3 rockets.
Nope. Go right at it again. And it's dropped. So Polanco reaches. On the air by Kelly Johnson on a routine ground ball.
Yeah, none more routine than that one right there. Polanco, all or nothing. Either takes a bunch of pitches or just gets up there and swings. Looks like Kelly Johnson, that bare hand got in the way. You try to get that bare hand above the glove, not in front of it. And
Johnson's reaction was hilarious. He toppled over.
Yep.
But you're right, it is all or nothing with Polanco. Now with a 9-game hitting streak since August the 5th when this streak began. 42 plate appearances. He's seen 136 pitches. 3.2 pitches per plate appearance. But 9 of his hits have come on the first pitch, including 3 tonight. So that is all or nothing. That leads the majors. First pitch hits. Jung Ho Kang. And Polanco was caught stealing with the lefty Jonathan Neese on the hill in the first inning. We saw Carlos Toros pitch a scoreless inning last night. Pitched the 10th after Bobby Parnell had given up an RBI single. Gong struck out against Torres in the 10th last night. Now 1 for 8 in the series. A lot of fans. Jung Ho Kang.
Jung Ho with one hand, one shirt was up. It was one word, Jung Ho.
And in Korea, he's Gong Jung Ho. That's how they pronounce those the names, the surname first. He is going to, if he continues on this pace, get more and more national attention in terms of Rookie of the Year. There goes Polanco, and it's hit in the air to pretty deep center field. Back is Cespedes. Young flies out to deep center. He wanted that one. Just a reminder, as you enjoy a cold one, to look forward to Miller time later in tonight's game, brought to you by Miller Lite. Enjoying this one, Charlie Morton stepping up in a big way, and this is a big inning for him as he faces the 4, 5, 6 men in the order. Juan Uribe has lined out and struck out. Figure if anybody gets on, that bullpen will go to work right away.
Yes.
Yes, 1-1. His line through 6 innings. The 2 hits belong to Yoenis Cespedes. Hit hard. McCutchen will watch it sail out of here. Juan Uribe, his 4th home run since joining the Mets and his 12th of the year. And the Mets are on the board. It's 3-1.
That's showing pretty impressive power. You think off the bat maybe Andrew would be able to chase it down, but you see now why they went with the curveball, trying to stay away from the 2-seamer to Uribe. Hit that ball hard.
Right away, Joaquin Soria does get up in the Pirates bullpen. That really lit up this crowd. As soon as that ball left the yard, he was up. Morton can quiet the crowd once again if he gets Johnson for a second time. He walked him in the second, struck him out in the 4th. Oh, he does indeed, with his 9th punch out.
Morton just continues to go about his business. Let's not think about it. Let's not worry about it. Let's just go back to executing pitches. Doesn't even have to go in the strike zone. Look at these pitches end up. Cervelli caught that curveball behind Kelly Johnson.
Travis d'Arnaud has bounced into a double play and struck out.
Both those pitches pretty close. Cervelli holding that mid out there a little longer. UPMC Sports Medicine shows that first pitch in the strike zone and the second pitch.
Instead of 2-0, it should be 0-2. Ramirez on to first. Boy, he took forever to throw that ball.
Anytime you get caught backing up, you do have to, either get rid of it quicker or reset your feet. And Ramos did reset his feet. If the throw's on line, it still gets d'Arnaud.
Ramos Ramirez charged with another error. 9th of the season, but 4th already with the Pirates. Here's Conforto. Hard to figure. And it's interesting too, because we have seen, it was just the other day that Clint Hurdle decided, with the Pirates up a handful of runs against the Cardinals, to bring in his defense of Florimon at short, Gong to third. But figuring maybe the way Ramirez swung the bat the first time up, that We'll give him one more shot. He's due up second in the 8th inning. Otherwise, Gung would have been there at third. Now it's 2-1.
Not missing by much, Charlie Morton.
Deep to right field. Do you believe this? Tie. Wow.
The split change again in a good location. I mean, that's a good pitch. It's a good location. It's just a better swing and a better result for these Mets. Charlie Morton, what a great effort here tonight. What a shame. 2 big swings of the bat after an error. Frustrating.
Very much like the Jeff Locke start on Tuesday. Year-old first-round pick last year out of Oregon State. It's his 2nd big league home run, and this is 16th major league game. Juan Uribe led off this inning with the home run, his 12th of the season. And following the error by Aramis Ramirez, Conforto's home run has tied it at 3.
Man, that fast. And you really feel that excitement here in New York. This offense has come alive, and it's up to Soria to quiet the crowd and end this inning. 3.18 ERA and 7 appearances as a Pirate.
Soria struggled against the Cardinals on Thursday. Pirates won that game 10-5. Clint Hurdle brought him out in the 7th inning. Ramos Ramirez continues to shake his head after committing that extremely costly error. And a fly ball to McCutchen. With the 2 home runs this inning, the Mets have now hit 69 at Citi Field for the season. That is a new club record for this ballpark. The rookie Conforto and the veteran Uribe with home runs to tie it. Up to Joaquim Soria to keep it tied, as Michael Kadire will pinch hit now for Carlos Torres. Tyler Clippard, saw him last night.
Pretty much looking at the same situation as last night now. It's going to be a battle of the bullpens. And the Pirates haven't lost very many of those battles of late.
One and two on Kadire. Roller toward Gong. And just gets him by half a step. 2 home runs in the inning. Joaquin Soria gets the last 2 outs. It's now tied at 3 after 7. Brought to you by T-Mobile. It's got Mitt birthday cake. T-Race Fitterer. Happy birthday.
Old school.
Yeah. Juan Uribe home run and joined by the rookie Conforto to tie this game up at 3. Bunch of Pirate fans are on hand here. Watching now Tyler Clippard,
who has been very good as a Met. 10th appearance, a 1.04 ERA, just 8 2/3 innings. Not a lot of strikeouts, just 4. 188 opponent average.
Faced 4 Pirates last night. He walked the leadoff man, the pinch hitter Michael Morrison. He struck out Gregory Polanco, got Neil Walker to fly out, and struck out Andrew McCutchen. And McCutchen will lead off the 8th inning here.
First pitch, fastball to Andrew. Clippard, not a very hard thrower, but he throws an assortment of pitches. Kind of funky. Got away with a hanging breaking ball there. For a change, slider, and curveball. A lot of pitches for a closer. Obviously a setup man now here in New York.
Whoa. McCutchen hit by an off-speed pitch, a breaking ball on the elbow. So he's aboard to start the 8th. And we'll see if the Pirates can cash in.
Yeah, a bit of a break. 0-2 count. That looked like the split. I'll take it.
And now it's Aramis Ramirez. who homered with a man aboard in the first, flied out in the third, bounced out in the sixth, and moments ago committed an error. He was shaking his head the rest of that bottom of the seventh inning.
You know he wants to atone for it. Come up with a big hit here.
He hits into a lot of double plays. Ramos Ramirez has hit into 17, which is tied for the tops in baseball in that department. McCutchen doesn't run much. One ball, no strikes on Ramirez. It is first Pirate home run since July 20th, 2003, back in the first inning. 4,409 days between Pirate homers. It's the most in team history. He hit it July 20th, 2003 against Matt Ford of the Milwaukee Brewers at PNC Park. It was his 76th home run as a Pirate before being dealt to the Cubs. And in the first inning, he hit his 77th in a Pirates uniform. Pops this ball up. And playable for Murphy. Another university night is coming up Wednesday when the Pirates and D-backs meet in the finale of a 3-game series. Robert Morris fans, be ready. 7:05 first pitch Wednesday night. Purchase tickets online and join fellow Colonials at the alumni night for Robert Morris at PNC Park. You'll get a Pirates cap in Robert Morris red, white, and blue colors. Tickets start at just $19. For tickets, go to pirates.com/Robert Morris. Here's Cervelli. And he pops it up. Two outs.
Clippert mastered keeping you off balance with the assortment of pitches, the movement, location.
And now it's Marte who will bat for the first time since he was lifted after 2 at-bats on Wednesday against the Cardinals. Bruised hand. And left hand has been an issue for Starling Marte. And he takes ball 1 in the dirt.
Encouraging that it is just a bruise. Obviously there's discomfort. It hasn't felt good enough for him to get in the starting lineup. It was hard not to think the worst when he came out of that game in St. Louis. First swing seems to be okay. About wave going here.
And he does go, McCutchen, but it's fouled off.
And that would have been easy too for Andrew. That was a huge jump.
Last 3 years, opponents have stolen 14 of 16 against Clippard.
There you see he had a good almost 4 steps before Clippard let that ball go. But too good a pitch for Marte to take. Fastball caught a lot of the plate. Right down the middle.
McCutchen hit by a pitch to start the inning. Ramos Ramirez popped up to first. Cervelli flied to center. A little chopper, and Clippard will just get Marte. Scoreless top of the 8th for Tyler Clippard. 3-3. Fabulous shots from the Allegheny Health Network Supermo. There's a fabulous guy right there in the middle of the shot. Mike Breen is here. So are Doctors David and Susan Zonka, Pirates team optometrists, and many other Pirate fans. Their son David here with them. And Curtis Granderson. Here's Mike Breen. Tony Watson.
54th appearance, 2.41 ERA. Got the night off last night after an impressive outing. Thursday night in St. Louis. Retired all 5 batters he faced.
One ball and 2 strikes.
That's a good fastball from Watson. He's a threat always to leave the ballpark. Also a strikeout threat. Strikes out a lot, really coiled up when he gets in that stance, really turns that front shoulder in. Got that bat wrap behind him a little bit, has a little further to go to get that barrel of the bat out front.
Ooh. They're close to Granderson, 2-2. Watson has been Pirates' good luck charm over the last 28 outings. And right there is Ramirez. Pirates wrap up the road trip tomorrow afternoon. One final game from Citi Field. Join us starting at 12:30 for Pirates pregame, presented by WB Mason on Root Sports. Will the Pirates be going for a sweep or just a series win? That's to be determined. One out in the bottom of the 8th with this tie game. Ramos Ramirez hit a 2-run homer in the first. Gregory Polanco a solo shot in the third. Cespedes pops it up out of play. And in the bottom of the 7th, Juan Uribe led off against Charlie Morton, who was pitching a 2-hit shutout through 6 innings. Uribe homered after a strikeout. Travis d'Arnaud hit a ground ball to Ramos Ramirez, who backed up and took just too long to throw to first, threw wide for an error. Moments later, the rookie Michael Conforto homered to tie it. Cespedes had both hits against Morton through the first 6 innings. Cardinals are leading 6-2. The Cubs lead the White Sox 3-1. Watson. Whoa. Yeah, they tell you what. There have been some bang plays at first.
Yeah, if Cespedes runs hard, you never know. He pretty much jogged half the way, and it was still about a step.
2 outs.
Tony just sets himself up to throw, and let's see, about a step, but like.
Well, looking at it the whole way.
Who knows if he was going hard.
Last night, he struck out at a pitch in the dirt. And Murphy lines it foul. It was in the 10th inning.
Yeah.
He struck out against Melanson, hit the dirt, and ball dribbled toward the grass outside the dirt circle, but he just walked back to the dugout. Oh, 0-2 on Murphy. Daniel Murphy is 2 for 4 against Tony Watson in his career. Uribe on deck.
You mentioned the scores of the Cardinals and the Cubs. Did you see the article the other day? Somebody wrote an article about doing away with divisions. It's such a handicap. Like at the season end of the day, essentially the second and third best teams in the National League record-wise have to play in a one-game playoff, where the fourth and fifth best teams record-wise get to go right in the divisional play or division series.
Gong behind second. What do you think of that? I like the way it is.
Yeah.
It's the life we've chosen. Mercer rehabbing. J.A. has the left thumb injury and coming off surgery, and so far 0 for 4 tonight with Indianapolis. He is playing third base. Now, originally he was scheduled to play third the first game, which he did, then second after a day off, which he did. Tonight he was to play right field, but he is at third base, and according to Jordy Mercer, we talked to Jordy on our radio pregame today, he says that Harrison is real close. He said he's closer than Jordy. Jordy went 7 innings tonight. He said eventually he'll go back-to-back 9, but Jordy Mercer was 1 for 3 at shortstop before being lifted. So he's a few days away, and Harrison very close to returning. A.J. Burnett continues to throw on flat ground, threw from 120 feet today, as he did yesterday. And they'll step things up in a few days. Now their closer, Jeurys Familia.
Hard thrower. 55th appearance, a 191 ERA. Surprising, as hard as he throws, just one more strikeout. Innings pitched. Pretty much a strikeout per innings pitched. 56 2/3, 57 punch outs. Averages over 97 miles per hour at the fastball. Came in last night, threw quite a few sliders.
He gave up an infield hit to Pedro Alvarez, a ball that just clipped off his glove. He got Aramis Ramirez to fly out, popped up Jung Ho Gung, and Sean Rodriguez lined out against Familia last night. Pirate fan came up with that foul ball, uses the helmet. It's the old school Pirates helmet. Yes, sir.
Oh, yeah.
Familia has allowed 5 homers in 57 innings of work. There's old school Doc Ellis, part of that early 70s team that wore those mustard style caps and then the gold batting helmets. Roberto Clemente going old school tonight. Some Pirate fans here.
Can you remember watching Polanco?
Vaguely.
Yeah.
You?
No.
Yeah.
Just wondering.
Yeah.
Curious.
I mean, I think more of my memory comes from the footage that we see.
Yeah.
To left, and Conforto, 1 out. Walker flies to left to begin the 9th. There's a guy who remembers Roberto Clemente. Mikey, yep.
Fabulous.
Shooting camera back then? Cameraman? No. He was one of the best, as is our stage manager, Bob Anderson.
Neil Walker up there geared up for the fastball. Sean Rodriguez comes up geared up for it, didn't get it. Even a guy like Familia, even if he comes out there and throws 5, 6, 7 straight breaking balls, that velocity is still in the back of a hitter's mind. Hard not to gear up for it. gun.
On deck is Pedro Alvarez to pinch hit for Watson. One ball, two strikes. And toward left center field. And that is going to get down. Sean Rodriguez in the second. And he might think three. He's headed to third. And he is going to be out at third base. Cespedes from the track throws out Rodriguez at third.
Wow, that is one heck of a throw. One of the better ones I've ever seen, given the circumstances. Right on the money. Has to chase it, takes a peek, turns and fires it. And look at the accuracy. One hop. Wow, right there. That is one heck of a throw.
Moments after we were talking about Roberto Clemente. And Pirate fans who saw Clemente, of course, that arm that stood out. Cespedes guns out Sean Rodriguez.
And that's the right move. That's the right baseball play. You have one out.
Yeah,
you have a
third,
chance.
yeah,
go into third. I mean, that's just a heads-up aggressive play by Rodriguez. Just an amazing throw. There'll be no hesitation.
Wow. Alvarez bats. Double for Rodriguez, and Cespedes throws him out at third. Two outs.
Let's see if he'll hang it. I'm sure he's going to go soft here. That's the split. He throws a split at 95 miles per hour.
Again, Alvarez faced him in the ninth inning last night. Reached on an infield single.
Good location, down and away. You know you're geared up when you're out in front of 95.
95, 2-2. Strikes out Alvarez after getting up the double. He will shake the hand of his center fielder, Yoenis Cespedes, who throws out Rodriguez at third. For a second straight night, the Pirates are hoping to go extra innings. Sean Rodriguez doubled to the left center field gap. The ball kicked around. Cespedes, the center fielder, picked it up off the track and threw a one-hop strike to Juan Uribe. And now Archimedes Caminero, who pitched a scoreless ninth inning last night and got the win, comes on here for the bottom of the ninth.
52 appearances, 3.74 ERA, a 3-1 record, facing the middle of this Mets lineup. Caminero.
Uribe homered to start the seventh off of Morton. And hit it 3-1. Later in the inning, Michael Conforto homered to tie it. Caminero gave up a broken bat 2-out single in the ninth inning to Anthony Recker last night. And if this game does go extras, Terry Collins getting ready for that.
Earlier in the year, we saw a lot of triple digits from Caminero. He's kind of backed off, throwing the ball with more command. Two strikes on Uribe. He's a guy that will chase, but not that one.
Toward Ramirez. Takes care of Uribe to start this bottom of the ninth inning. Caminero picked up the win. And the Pirates scored 2 in the top of the 10th to make it 3-1. The Mets scored a run on the bottom of the 10th. Mark Melancon earned the save, but Caminero picking up his third win. And this is his rookie season. Gregory Polanco would lead off the 10th. If Caminero can get the Pirates there. Polanco 3 for 4, homered in the third. Bucks have out-hit the Mets 6-4. Polanco delivered a big hit last night. Break the tie. Kelly Johnson has walked and struck out twice.
Some help as Cervelli had to reach out to his left. Yeah, 98 that far off the plate, that's tough to hit.
Ground ball and Walker. 2 outs. Kelly Johnson grounds out. Caminero now will face Travis d'Arnaud. He's 0 for 3. He was the man who hit the ground ball to Ramirez. Ramirez threw late and off the mark. And Travis d'Arnaud playing in his 30th game this season. His brother Chase spent some time with the Pirates, up and down, big leagues and minor leagues. Eventually he was signed by the Phillies, and he has been playing at AAA this year, batting .282 with Lehigh Valley, top farm club of the Phils. Strike on Travis. Michael Conforto, the home run that tied it in the 7th, is on deck. Two and one.
Being careful, keeping the ball away. You don't want to give anybody an opportunity to pull the ball out of the ballpark.
.100 misses. 3 and one.
If they're going to beat you, let them beat you to the opposite field. And again, with the 3-1 pitch, trying to keep it on the outer third of the plate.
He reaches. A free pass. This is Conforto. Called up July 24th. Was optioned down a week later, but that lasted just a day. They brought him back up when Kirk Neuenhuis was placed on the DL. And strike one.
And you know Cervelli has it in the back of his head. Now that pitch that he hit out of the ballpark was a changeup down and away, able to go out and hook it on the line.
Oh, 2. First major league home run 12 days ago down in Miami, a 3-run shot that gave the Mets the lead.
Yesterday, more than half his hits, extra base hits. Just 11 big league hits, 6 of them for extra bases.
First round pick last year out of Oregon State. 10th pick overall. She's 22 years old. 100 got a piece of it.
We're seeing more and more of that, aren't we? The hitters. I mean, in the past, we've seen pitchers get to the big leagues in a hurry out of college. First round top picks. But position players, it's so rare. Very rare. But seeing it more and more often.
Garrett Cole, college pitcher at UCLA. And Archimedes Caminero, for the second straight night, pitches a scoreless bottom of the 9th. Gregory Polanco, who's had a big night, will lead things off. Can the Pirates win back-to-back 10-inning ball games? Season long, Jack Link's beef jerky. Feed your wild side. Pirates won in 10 innings last night. The final score was 3-2. Here it is 3-3. The Pirates have won 6 straight extra inning games this season after really struggling in that department initially. And Wilmer Flores takes over at second base for Kelly Johnson. Marcel Robles, the rookie right-hander, appears for the 37th time. Robles pitched 2 days ago against the Rockies here.
Just another hard thrower coming out of the bullpen. Averages over 95, almost 96 miles per hour. Let's go with a hard slider, hard changeup.
Neil Walker and Chris Stewart talking about this one. Polanco. Three for 4. First 3 hits on 3 pitches. And it takes a strike.
Think of it last night. So 4 straight hits on 4 pitches.
That's the first time he's taken a pitch tonight, by the way. All 4 first pitches he put in play. The last time an error by Kelly Johnson allowed him to reach in the 7th. 97 miles per hour. Terry Collins telling the infield to back up. No pitch. No pitch. Time was called. Bob Davidson.
Fans are booing. It would have been a ball.
He said Polanco was not ready. He's telling the Mets bench. So he calls that a no pitch. I don't see that too often.
No.
And it doesn't matter. 97 miles per hour for Robles.
No tricky stuff. Fastball on the plate, belt high. Let's see if he continues that trend here. 2 good fastball hitters coming up. With the breaking ball to Jung Ho, first pitch.
By the way, that's the first time we've seen Jung Ho Kang react. If you missed his last at bat in the 7th inning against Carlos Torres, he drove Cespedes to the wall in center field and he slammed his helmet down on the ground.
Yeah, he's
frustrated by that.
Yeah, and pretty stoic.
He is 1 for 9 in this series.
You see the serious face all the time from Jung Ho, but the guy likes to horse around. They say he's a bit of a prankster, jokester in the clubhouse. Don't see much emotion from him on the field until tonight.
Whoa. 96 miles per hour. You might see some emotion here. Up around the noggin.
I mean, he has taken his lumps this year. He's been hit quite a few times, and again, really doesn't show much emotion. Even here, gets up, dusts himself off, but that's scary business. And typically, after a pitch like that, they come back with a slider. Although it looked like d'Arnaud put down a fastball away.
Fastball missed. Kang among the league leaders in being hit by pitches. Line toward right center field. Cespedes over in a hurry.
Yeah, whoa.
A 1-out single for Gong.
If you have any question about Cespedes' arm, now you know when to take a risk. But look at this pitch, how far off the plate it is. That's a slider. That far off the plate, and Jung Ho Kang able to go out there and hit it hard the other way.
Robles faces Andrew McCutchen. Officially 0 for 2. McCutchen has also walked, and he was hit by a Tyler Clippard pitch in the 8th inning. Kelly Johnson, by the way, is in left field. 1-2 to count. Moving from second. Two strikes. Now 1-2. With 1 out. Tie game in the 10th. 96 miles per hour fouled away.
Yeah, coming right at Andrew McCutchen. Fastball.
McCutchen got a chance to see Robles back in May. He ended up with a double off the right field wall. One game that Robles pitched against the Pirates. Two and two.
And you wonder if Andrew remembers it. I'm sure Robles does, but some hitters keep logs of pitchers. But if you don't face a team a whole bunch, and then there's a guy comes out of the bullpen, you might go and have one at bat against him, even though it's a double. You don't remember so many of your bats over the course of a year.
Very close, 3-2.
Yeah, a little late movement on that fastball. It definitely started off the plate. Might have had a little movement. Take a look at the strike zone. Woo, that's a couple of times tonight that Andrew McCutchen.
Now the 3-2 pitch in the first inning. Bob Davidson called ball 4 on a pitch that would have been and should have been a strike, and then Aramis Ramirez took advantage by hitting a 2-run homer. Gong was off on the 3-2 pitch. Is it a good thing or a bad thing, or does it not matter if you, in other words, if McCutchen doesn't remember, is it something maybe that the hitting coach, either Jeff Brantz or even Jeff Livesey, says this guy pitched this way to you in May? Remember, you know what I'm saying?
I mean, you're going to get a scouting report on what kind of stuff he has, how they pitch, whatever. What you want to remember is the movement, the life on the fastball, the breaking ball.
Here's the 8th pitch of the at bat. Another foul.
Certain guys just have, like, to me, he has a better fastball, I think, than Familia, because there's late life. It gets on the hitter. Even Andrew McCutchen's been late on most of these swings against the fastball. And certain guys' fastball, even though there's more velocity, it's easier to pick up and see and easier to hit. And then that's what you wonder about. Like, that's what you want to remember about pitchers that you don't see very often.
9th pitch of the at bat. Got him. And now Gong puts on the brakes. This is going to be a double play unless they mess it up. And it is a double play. They'll strike him out, throw him out, double play. Gong each time, and then Gong halfway to second put on the brakes.
Yeah, I mean, you're just sending the runner just to try to open up a hole. The fastball to McCutchen, you know, Jung Ho's obviously going to look in. He knows he's going to be a dead duck. So figured maybe if he puts on the brakes, retreats, maybe he can get back in time, but
Andrew McCutchen strikes out on the 9th pitch.
I think they were all fastballs. I don't think he threw him one breaking ball. You don't see that very often. And Jared Hughes comes on for the 58th time, trying to hold these Mets.
Tejada. Ahead of the count now, 2-0. Hughes pitched to 5 batters last night, retired each.
That's a pretty close pitch. Doesn't look like Jared Hughes gets the call. As you can tell, Tejada taking all the way. He's taking till he gets a strike. The first two pretty close. The third one on that outside edge.
Dodgers lead the game.
Oh, that pitch giveth and taketh away.
And now 3-2.
Now you wonder if fans grumbling about the umpire or the batter.
3-2. The Nationals and Giants are meeting. It's about ready to get underway. The Nats trail these Mets by 4.5. Bouncing ball headed up the middle. Ruben Tejada is aboard. He is the winning run.
Jared Hughes lives and dies with that sinker ball, ground balls. Most of the time they're at somebody. Every now and again they'll find a hole.
Wilmer Flores has 2 sacrifice bunts this season. The Mets are 7-3 in extra innings this season. The Pirates are 8-7. They've had 7 walk-off wins, these Mets, here at Citi Field, and it was Flores who provided the last walk-off July 31st against the Nationals. Tom Goodwin, the first base coach for the Mets, whispering instructions. Flores with 11 homers, but trying to bunt the runner to second, you would think. To left field, and Marte will make the catch. So Terry Collins decides to let Flores swing away, and he flies out. Brings up Curtis Granderson.
Got a bunch of people to their feet, but got in on him a bit. And not many guys can lift that sinker to the pull side.
Terry Collins checking there with Flores. That's interesting. Mets manager went over to the bat rack and asked Flores something there.
Perhaps missing a sign. It would make sense to bunt in that situation. Give Granderson an opportunity with the runner in scoring position. And even with first base open, if the decision was made to walk him, then you're dealing with Cespedes, who, what, 5 hits in this series?
One ball, one strike on Granderson. The Cardinals won again. They beat the Marlins 6-2. The Pirates will either stay 6 back or fall 7 behind. Cubs are leading the White Sox. Ground ball right to the shortstop. One, and the pick by Rodriguez for a double play.
That's one heck of a play. Jung Ho Kang taking it himself, throwing on the run. Jared Hughes. Another easy inning for him.
Jared Hughes. Jung Ho Kang kept it himself. Another look.
I wondered if he got a piece of that or not. And Jung Ho had to go 4 steps and throws on the run as if he was on third base across the body.
Sean Rodriguez, the pick on the other end at first. So we're going to the 11th inning. And Ramos Ramirez leads off against Hansel Robles. Ramirez, Cervelli, and Marte due up. Robles, the former starter in the minors. And in the air to right for Granderson. Let's go back to the Pittsburgh studio. Game break with Dan Potash. Jake Arrieta started that game, Dan. 6 2/3, gave up 3 runs, 2 earned. Jose Quintana for the White Sox went 6. Francisco Cervelli to the plate. Robles struck out 2, gave up a hit to Gong in the 10th inning.
Going upstairs against Cervelli. Well, that ball just seems like it jumps out of the hand of Robles.
The Dominican native turned 25 years old on Thursday. And another no pitch or time called by Bob Davidson.
I don't think he gave time that time. I just think Robles stopped.
Made him a full-time closer second half of last year, or full-time reliever doing at Double-A. Joe Blanton will be the pitcher for the Pirates in the bottom of the 11th if it stays tied. That didn't miss by much. 3-2.
Let's take a look. Just a bit outside.
Walked him. One out base runner. Just saw a shot there of Terry Collins. We have talked before about the respect that you and I have for him. You played for Terry Collins when he was the manager at AAA Buffalo many years ago. He went on to manage the big leagues with the Astros and Angels, and now back in the big leagues with the Mets. And a guy that just is as underrated a manager, a baseball man, as there is in the game. He has these Mets leading the National League East by 4.5 games over the Washington Nationals.
Nobody had that. Nobody could have ever predicted what's going on here.
And all the stuff that goes on.
Yep. And a perfect guy to deal with it all. I think, you know, patience with the young guys, stern.
Yep. You know, during batting practice, like Jim Leland, he learned from Leland when he was a Pirates coach, to go out during batting practice and stand alongside a player or two to communicate with them. High fly ball to center. Marte will be the second out.
Probably the toughest thing to deal with here is the media.
Yep. And somehow he's found a way to deal with all of that. And so Cervelli is at first now with 2 down. Of course, he's got some outstanding young starting pitching now with Noah Syndergaard and Jacob deGrom. But all the injuries, including David Wright being out much of the year, just to name one big piece. Travis d'Arnaud, who's supposed to be their everyday catcher, been out much of the year. Lucas Duda now has been out for a while with a back situation. Handful of games. Walker is 0 for 4. And how he handled the Wilmer Flores fiasco when Flores thought he had been traded. And who knows what went on behind closed doors, what Terry Collins did or didn't know. Probably didn't know. 0-2 on Walker. Walker has struck out looking, flied out to right, bounced a ball in front of the plate, and last time up flied out to left against Familia. Cervelli walked with 1 out and still at first with 2 down. Toward left. Johnson makes the catch. Joe Blanton will try and put up a 0 in the bottom of the 11th. Jack Link's beef jerky. Feed your wild side. To the bottom of the 11th. Last night went 10. So this will go at least 11. And if Joe Blanton has anything to do with it, it'll go 12. Sean Rodriguez now takes over at second base. And Travis Ishikawa over at first. Looking to get some length now out of Joe Blanton. No bat in Walker's spot of the order. Walker just made the last out.
Pretty good work from Blanton since the trade. 4th appearance, 1-0, 150 ERA, just 6 innings with 7 punch outs. Good control, 1 walk.
He will be facing Yoenis Cespedes and then Daniel Murphy. Cespedes has 2 hits tonight and 5 hits in the series. Strike 1. Joe Blanton, a lot of years with the Phillies, so some history with the Mets. He was a starter. Blanton 3-2 in his career in 11 appearances and a .425 earned run average versus the Mets. Vance Worley, who had a similar role with the Pirates second half of last year and the first half of this season, was designated for assignment and recently returned to the Pirates and was back on the mound tonight for AAA Indianapolis. Went 5 innings, gave up 2 runs on 3 hits. As he looks to stretch it out once again as a starter. Two and 2. $38,878 announced paid attendance tonight.
Well, that's the area where Cespedes hit it out last night. Most of the folks still here.
Oh, Blanton strikes out Cespedes to start the 11th.
You always risk it, walking the leadoff guy in extra innings. And Blanton and Cervelli guessing that Cespedes will be expecting fastball, perhaps cheating, trying to get out in front so he doesn't pick up the rotation. Looks bad for the first out here in the 11th.
Daniel Murphy was 0 for 3 against starter Charlie Morton and bounced out against Tony Watson in the 8th. One of those great stories, Joe Blanton. Just about ready to give up the game after being let go last season. Released by the Oakland Athletics in mid-April. Eventually started throwing once again with former Pirate Zach Duke. Ended up signing with Kansas City. 2 and 2 on Murphy. Juan Uribe homered in the 7th. He's on deck. Ground ball, diving stop. Ramirez from his knee, and a pick at first base by Ishikawa. What a play on both ends.
That's amazing right there. Aramis Ramirez probably still kicking himself from the miscue earlier in the game, the 7th inning, before the tying homer. Playing way over near the shortstop position. Yeah, that's kind of unfamiliar territory for Ramirez. Way over there in the hole. But from the knees, still has plenty in that arm. Plenty of arm strength. Boy, that like went right into the end of the glove. Almost knocks his glove off. You see the thumb pretty much out of the glove.
Wow.
And what a pick on the other side.
Aramis Ramirez with a one-hopper to Ishikawa. What a pick. 2 down, and now Uribe. Ball 1. Wanted to end it there. Uribe 2 for 15 in his career against Blanton. 1 for 4 in this game. That home run off of Morton leading off the 7th. And now 1 and 2. Daniel Murphy robbed. He's got a 10-game hitting streak going into tonight's game, but he's now 0 for 5. Thanks to that man. And Joe Blanton pitches a 1-2-3 bottom of the 11th. It's on to the 12th. 3-3. Andrew McCutchen and Ramos Ramirez hit his first home run since being traded back to the Pirates. Made it 2-0. Then Gregory Polanco on the first pitch from Jonathan Neese in the third inning hit this towering home run off the foul pole. It was 3-0 until the seventh when Juan Uribe led off against Charlie Morton with a home run. And then with a man on and one out, Michael Conforto, the rookie, hit his second home run in the big leagues to tie it. 4 homers accounting for the 6 runs. And now Sean Rodriguez with a fly ball to center. Rodriguez hit a 1-out double in the 9th inning off Jeurys Familia. And on his way to third is thrown out by Yoenis Cespedes. A 1-hopper to Juan Uribe. And a fantastic play. That was in the 9th. Travis Ishikawa with his first at bat of the evening. Third inning for Hansel Robles. Robles has struck out 2 and walked a man.
Ishikawa always seems to always have a good at bat. You don't see him chasing too much. Waiting for a good pitch to hit.
Most times that certainly is the case.
It's funny.
Matt Harvey will go tomorrow. Probably could go home if he wanted. It's still early. Strikes out looking. Third K for Robles.
Davidson's had kind of a tight zone. We've seen a lot of strikes called balls. Not this time. Well, ball called a strike.
Gregory Polanco. But the first 4 balls he saw in his first 4 at bats in play. A single to right, a home run that you just saw, an opposite field single, and then the 4th pitch he saw in the 7th inning against Carlos Torres at a ground ball to then second baseman Kelly Johnson, who dropped it for an error. Last time up he struck out against Robles. Hits this one well the other way, but Johnson will make the catch in 1-2-3 in the top of the 12th. in New York. Pirate fans hanging in there, as are a lot of the Mets fans. Still fired up. Start the bottom of the 12th. Hansel Robles has pitched 3 scoreless, allowing 1 hit, 3 strikeouts. Getting late for some. Joe Blanton pitched to 1-2-3, bottom of the 11th inning. He'll face Kelly Johnson. Travis d'Arnaud in the pitcher spot. One position player left for Terry Collins is the backup catcher, Anthony Recker. Lucas Duda not available. Johnson 1 for 9 in his career against Blanton. Jonathan Nee started. He went 6, gave up 3 runs on 5 hits. Juan Uribe, Michael Conforto took him off the hook. Gregory Polanco homered off of Nice. And Joe Blanton has struck out 3 of the first 4 he's faced.
Doing a good job of using the aggression of these Mets hitters against them, because they're up there trying to be a hero. They want to hit a walk-off.
It always happens, doesn't it?
Yep. Happens way too often. Trying to just hit it as far as they can. So don't give him anything he can lift and separate.
And coming out on deck is Lucas Duda. Then you almost think, if he does bat, does he even swing? He was not available last night and hasn't been used by Terry Collins when he's had an opportunity, more than one tonight. Popped up, and it is going to be out of play. But that will be interesting. See what happens with Duda. There is action in the Mets bullpen. An 0-1 count. And now it's 0-2. And Blanton strikes out his 4th.
4 out of 5. See the location, up and in, right on the corner, another one.
Well, here he is. Lucas Duda, does he go up there and stand, or has his back improved so much that he'll actually take a big hack here? The Mets' leading home run hitter. He sat out his 4th straight game last night, and up until tonight has seen no action. He's ready to hit.
Yep. Joe Blanton wanting the appeal. Bob Davidson not wanting to give it to him.
Wells behind Duda, 2-0. 21 home runs for Lucas Duda.
Big cut, Blanton not giving in, going to the breaking ball, 2-0. See, being very careful. Good location, down in the zone.
3-1. Next up, Ruben Tejada. And he walks Duda. First batter to reach.
So you figure if they leave him on the bases, they figure he's A-OK. Thought maybe you'd have a starting pitcher run for him, but yeah, obviously went up there, took a big hack. Now he's on the bases.
And now Tejada bats against Blanton. He singled off of Jared Hughes to start the 10th inning. And that'll sneak in. And Duda moves to second on a base hit by Ruben Tejada.
You're not going to find too many softer ground balls finding holes. Missed with the location that Blanton pretty much down the middle. Off the end of the bat. Aramis Ramirez was guarding the line at third, so there's a big hole over there, and he split it perfectly.
Well, it's Wilmer Flores with a chance to win it. He has become a folk hero here because of his reaction to the near trade. And then a couple of days later hit that walk-off home run against the Nationals. The day of the deadline. Curtis Granderson is on deck, and he has tremendous career numbers against Blanton. .455 lifetime for Granderson. One ball, one strike. Flores has 4 career walk-off hits. Blanton upset with himself.
Maybe trying to overthrow that last fastball a bit.
Two and two on Flores. This is his second at bat of the night. Started it short last night. Came on to play second base in the 10th inning. And flied out against Jared Hughes.
Protection mode, staying alive. Pretty good breaking ball, pretty good location. Good job of wasting it. And now Cervelli going to go out. Chat things over.
A base hit can make a winner out of Ansel Robles. Duda does not run all that well. Polanco shallow in right. Marte, the great arm, of course, in left. A base hit to center, almost a sure thing. Touch him deep enough, he's not going to throw out Duda. He wouldn't appear. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Flores tries to win it against Blanton. And Joe Blanton with a big strikeout of Wilmer Flores. 5 strikeouts for Joe Blanton in 2 innings. On to the 13th. Beautiful stuff. You hear the clock ticking. And that little piece. Wilmer Flores strikes out to end the bottom of the 12th with a potential winning run in scoring position. So the Bucks go to the 13th now. And lefty Sean Gilmartin faces Jung Ho Kang.
Big slow breaking ball. 1-0 with 2.08 ERA.
Righty's hitting only 194 against Gilmartin, and lefties 241. He's got Gong, McCutchen, and Ramirez, and then if somebody reaches Cervelli, so all right-handed batters.
Yeah, I was about to say, you throw that slow curveball up there and a changeup, and it looks so slow, almost below hitting speed, and then he rears back and fires back an 88-mile-an-hour fastball.
There's a dribbler slowly hit toward Tejada, the bare hand play, and he gets gone.
I always think that's risky. You know, he has more time than he thinks. And I was thinking, now you don't come up with it cleanly with that bare hand, you're giving the Pirates a base runner. He had time to use the glove.
Well, we started at 7:10. Greg Brown, John Wayner, Robbie Itzmakowski with you here. Citi Field in Flushing, New York. Yoenis Cespedes and the New York Mets and the Pirates tied at 3.
So Robbie is still here?
I think so. We'll check in with him. Pirates got 2 first-inning runs on an Aramis Ramirez homer. Then Gregory Polanco, a solo shot in the 3rd. 2 homers in the 7th tied it for the Mets. I don't know. Maybe Robbie's not there. Robbie? Hello, Robbie.
Hi, guys.
Hey.
Live and kicking.
What's going on down there? What's the activity like down in that dugout?
I'm just monitoring everything down here.
Are there still
Clint Hurdle's cheering for everybody. Jeff Branson, Dave Giles, the rest of the gang. Everybody's alive and well down here.
Isn't it amazing how they do it from the first inning until the very last out? It just doesn't matter. Those guys are.
And the volume doesn't even go down a crank, which is impressive.
That's wild.
Announcers are at it too, from the first to the last.
Most, yes.
Yeah. 2 out of 3 anyhow.
1 ball, 2 strikes. McCutchen on base twice, a walk, and hit by pitch. And he strikes out looking. That's his 3rd strikeout of the night.
And again, it's you know, this really slow breaking ball and the slow changeup, and then the 90 looks like 100. No question on that inside edge. Deception. And if he throws that first pitch fastball, I think it gets hit. You know. Sets it up with the slow stuff.
Two balls, no strikes on Aramis Ramirez. Gilmartin gets the first 2 outs here in the 13th. Line but foul.
You try to tell yourself to stay back, stay back. And that's when he throws the heater and locks you up. He's 68 miles per hour in that last curveball.
2-2 on Ramirez. Gilmartin, who is a Rule 5 pick, taken off the Twins roster. Originally drafted in the first round by the Braves 4 years ago, and then dealt to Minnesota for Ryan Doumit, one-time Pirate. 3-2.
Let's see what he goes with here.
Struck him out looking.
Backdoor breaking ball. Backdoor slider.
That was a pinch hit in the 9th inning. All but Chris Stewart, the Pirates bench in terms of position players, have been used. And Anthony Recker, the only position player, backup catcher for the Mets. Joe Blanton. Faces Curtis Granderson to start the 13th. He has pitched 2 scoreless innings. Charlie Morton went 6 1/3. Joaquim Soria last 2 outs in the 7th. Tony Watson, a 1-2-3 8th. Archimedes Caminero, a scoreless 9th. Jared Hughes pitched the 10th. Granderson, we told you the great career numbers against Blanton, but a roller on the first pitch. And Sean Rodriguez to Ishikawa. 1 pitch and 1 out of the bottom of the 13th inning. And now Cespedes, Luis Cespedes, was the first batter that Blanton faced. In the bottom of the 11th, he struck him out. He's fanned 5, walked 1, has allowed 1 to hit. Well, he'd love his Mets to pull out a victory, but you know what, Dad? It is getting kind of late. I mean, look at the clock.
Unhappy.
By the way, I'm reminded by Dan Potash that he and Teak are still working. Back at the studio. Ready to break this thing down. 2-0 the count, hoping it goes at least 14 now. But Blanton falls behind 2-0. Cubs were winners over the White Sox 6-3. Pirates need a win to stay a game and a half up on the Cubs for the top wild card spot. The Cardinals were winners. Pirates need to pull this out to stay 6 back of the first place Cardinals in the Central. The Cubs have won 9 in a row. 2-2.
Boy, good location there. The 2-0 pitch, not so much. He threw a curveball in there 2-0 that was left in. This fastball, perfect location, right on the edge.
Throw struck him out. 6 strikeouts for Blanton.
And maybe getting a call, a borderline strike, but still. Yeah, I bet after he struck Cespedes out in the 11th on a breaking ball, he was probably looking breaking ball. So Cervelli and Blanton decide to go hard, away a little bit off the edge, gets the call. Man, what impressive work.
Bouncing ball to the right side. Rodriguez playing a shallow right. Throws on to first. 1, 2, 3. That's 3 scoreless for Joe B. On to the 14th. 3-3. Enthusiastic rally cap look. Pirates, Bucco fans feeling confident. Some fans a bit nervous. Going to the 14th. Battle of the bullpens. Jonathan Neese went 6. Russell Martin went 6 1/3. Francisco Cervelli facing Sean Gilmartin. He was 1 for 3 with a double against Jonathan Neese. Flied out against Tyler Clippard and walked against Hansel Robles. And it's 0-2. Starling Marte to follow, and then Joe Blanton. The Mets played an 18-inning game this season on July the 19th in St. Louis. Won that game 3-1. And this is toward left center field. That will get down and headed toward the wall. Cervelli headed to second base, and he is there with a stand-up double to begin the 14th. And you can hear the Pirate fans come to life.
No surprise, Cervelli is able to figure out Gilmartin. Ends up staying back, gets another ball hard. I like the aggressiveness too. That looked like a changeup. He kind of left it up. Too good a pitch to hit with 2 strikes. Good effort out there by Johnson and left. They were playing deep to guard against the double, but Cervelli figured worth the risk. Gets there easily.
Now Marte with the pitcher on deck. And after Blanton, it's Sean Rodriguez.
Blanton's hit before.
Yeah.
He's had a big, huge
Yeah.
hit.
Postseason home run. Marte did not start because of the bruised hand. Came on as a pinch runner in the 6th inning. Pirates at the time were leading 3-0. Stayed in the game to play left. And he's had 2 at-bats, a comebacker to the mound and a fly out to center. And Cervelli will. Whoa! Cervelli goes to third. What is Dudot doing? Or Murphy, rather.
Now that.
Daniel Murphy decides to, for some reason, throw to third.
Don't get that. Thinking that he'd had a shot over there. That's a big mistake. You got the easy out. I mean, it's one thing if it's a hard line shot over there and you're going to fire across the diamond, but that's like a high hopper. I mean, that's. I don't care who's running.
My goodness. Daniel Murphy throws to third on a chopper to the right side. And now, with a chance to win this thing, Clint Hurdle lifts not only Cervelli, but also Blanton. So he puts Pedro Florimo now at third. He's got his closer loosening in the bullpen. He's going for it right now.
Have to. This situation.
First and third and nobody out.
Gotta figure. This situation. Bring a run home. Get the closer into the game.
Stewart batting for Blanton. In the 14th infield end. Strike 1.
Gotta love the at bat by Marte, though. You know, that was his mission. Hit the ball the right side. You could tell every swing he was trying to go that way to move the runner to third. Bonus. As the runner's at third, nobody out.
Oh, 1 on Stewart. Daniel Murphy throws to third base on the chopper to the right side. So Cervelli, who had doubled, is there now. Pitch out. Thinking the Pirates might try something.
Which, with nobody out, would not be a good play. I mean, you're not going to risk making a squeeze and bunting through in a first and third situation. No way.
Line drive, center field, base hit. Stu delivers. Marte to third. Pirates lead 4-3 in the 14th. Chris Stewart comes up big again.
Amazing. It's amazing how consistent this guy is. Chris Stewart does it again.
Let's go Bucks cheers here in Flushing.
It wasn't the hardest ball he's hit. It's off the end of the bat. Clean single. Marte, good job hustling over to third. Same situation.
Chris Stewart. his 11th RBI. He's had some big ones, maybe the biggest. In the 14th inning, a Cervelli double. Marte, the fielder's choice, and Stewart. Now, those two came up big last night. It was Stewart who started the 10th inning with a base hit. And then Francisco Cervelli had a pinch hit single that led to the 2 runs. They get a break when Daniel Murphy here decides to throw to third. And so still nobody out. A chance for a big inning. Sean Rodriguez with the infield still in. Cervelli started it with a double. Four 3 Pirates here in the 14th. Pirates won a game against the Cardinals in 14, 6-5, just before the All-Star break at PNC Park. This is their 4th game this season that has gone 14. 1-1 on Rodriguez.
Shorten up, try to put it in play.
Mark Melanson. It is a safe situation at the moment. Euclides Rojas talking to him about the batters he will face. A little broken bat pop up, shallow left field. That's going to drop in. 5-3. Sean Rodriguez brings home Marte.
And that's why you just shorten up and try to put it in play. You never know what's going to happen. The infield's in. So a lot of room between the outfielders and the infielders. If the infield's back, it's an easy catch. But with the infield in, nobody near to make a play.
Here the Pirates fans cheering as the Mets fans start heading for the exits. Travis Ishikawa looks to keep this going. Mets expect him to be bunting. And this is going to be a double play. Stewart has doubled off second. Easy DP there.
If an angle down towards the third baseman, it probably gets the job done. Third baseman will never be able to catch it in the air. But yep, you're right. Once the pitcher gets it, with Stewart going in the wrong direction, that's a big play.
Well, Polanco takes a strike. Well, remember, the Pirates had a 2-run lead last night, and the Mets came back to score a run and had the tying run at the plate. Runner goes for second. And he is going to be thrown out. Sean Rodriguez. So Rodriguez caught stealing. Kind of a sour ending, but a sweet base hit for Chris Stewart. Pirates pick up 2. Lead 5-3. scoreless innings, struck out 6, allowed 1 hit, just 2 base runners, John.
Yeah, that was pretty dominating right there. The fastball had life, jumping by guys. He threw that curveball in for strikes. He threw it for swings and misses, chases. You know, the 1 base hit was just a little weak grounder that found the hole. I mean, that's some outstanding work. Another great pickup by the Pirates. Great effort.
What did you say earlier? How can you question Neil Huntington?
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. He and his staff.
Francisco Cervelli double to start the inning. Chung Ho Gong takes over now at third base. Florimon stays in the game at short. And now Mark Melancon tries to save his 2nd consecutive game.
36 of 37 and save opportunities. Looking for his 37th here. 1.67 ERA.
Chris Stewart now catching. On Uribe. Takes the strike. Uribe bounced out in the 10th inning last night to end the ball game, and Daniel Murphy may be still thinking about that play. Instead of getting the out at first, he tried to throw to third to get Cervelli. Bouncing ball toward Florimon. There's one.
Make it nice and easy. Good cutter, getting that weak contact once again.
Don't forget Dan and Tinker standing by for the post game. Break this one down. Took 10 innings last night. Pirate fans were smiling and not thrilled that the Mets scored 3 in the bottom of the 7th on the 2 homers. But this battle of the bullpens. Kelly Johnson, a walk, and 3 strikeouts tonight, plus a ground out. Ramos Ramirez with a home run in this ball game. And a fine defensive play. Off the bat of Daniel Murphy. Jonathan Nee started. This is the other way. And a pop shot for Kelly Johnson. And he is going to be there with a double with 1 out.
Lucky. Marte usually so accurate with that arm. If that throws on line. See the curveball a little up in the zone. Cue shot a little bit off the end of the bat. If this ball's on line, it may arrive ahead of Johnson.
Here's Travis d'Arnaud with 1 out. d'Arnaud had 3 at-bats against Morton. Was 0 for 3. Walked against Caminero in the 9th. Walked in the 12th against Blanton. Correction, struck out against Blanton in the 12th. 2-0. Towards center, McCutchen is over. 1 out to get. 1 more out As Darno flies to McCutchen. Last available position player will be used now, the backup catcher, Anthony Recker. And Stewart and Melanson, a brief discussion. Anthony Recker started behind the plate last night, was on base twice, had a broken bat single in the 9th inning against Caminero.
You see that average, you don't sweat that average at 133, although he does have power if he does get a hold of one. Mark Melanson will do his best not to give him anything that he could get the barrel to.
Anthony Recker. Joe Blanton, who won his first game as a Pirate when he pitched 3 scoreless innings a week ago against the Dodgers. 1 ball, 1 strike on Recker. Melanson looking for save number 37. He's already set a team record with 34 straight successful save chances. There's a strike. The Cardinals did not need Trevor Rosenthal tonight, so 1 more out and Melanson would regain the major league lead in saves. Terry Collins' club battled back to tie it with 3 in the 7th, but the Pirates scored 2 in the top of this 14th. Pirate fans stand. Melanson with a 1-2 pitch. 2-2.
Again, that good location, just on, just off that outside edge. Choose to go to the curveball, try to get a chase. And just keep working that cutter on that outside part.
Towards center field. McCutchen there. Rays the Jolly Roger in 14. Joe Blanton, a stellar 3 inning